pleasant good morning to the Honorable John Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize, his ministers and ministers of state, to the Honorable Tracy Panton, Leader of the Opposition, and members of her side of the House, and to you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, let us now pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker. Good morning, honorable members, visitors in our gallery, welcome. I'd like to thank Pastor Mrs. Margaret McGann for helping us out today with the prayers. There's also a few housekeeping matters. We did receive notices of absences for this meeting. Those are received from the member for Freetown, the member for Belize Rural North, the member for Orange Walk South, the member for Queen Square, and the member for Corozal North. I'd also like to acknowledge that we have with us today Mr. Robert Perifeet, who is substituting as the mace bearer for this meeting. Welcome, Mr. Perifeet. And this was necessary as our mace bearer, Mr. Henry Mortis, is currently away attending to his cancer treatment with radiation. And of course, on behalf of the National Assembly, we wish him all the best with a speedy recovery, and he is doing well, as he informed me this morning. With that, we can proceed, Clerk. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Investment, Economic Transformation, Civil Aviation, and E-Governance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers HR 63114, the draft estimates for revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2026-2027, HR 64114, Central Bank of Belize estimates of revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2026.
Honorable members, sessional paper number HR 63/1/14 is referred to the Committee of Supply for examination, consideration, and report. And sessional paper number HR 64/1/14 is ordered to lie on the table. Before I recognize our next minister, may I also acknowledge that today again we are testing the services of sign interpretation. So I just ask you to bear that in mind. And I'd like to thank Mr. Nathaniel Davis and Ms. Sella Davis. You won't see them on the chamber. We're actually trying to test another location based on the feedback that we got at the first sitting of the House this year. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Food Security, and New Growth Industries.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 65/1/14, Supplies Control Prices Amendment number 4, Regulations 2026.
That paper is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Immigration, Governance, and Labor.
Madam Speaker, good morning, colleagues. Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper HR 66/1/14. This is the Ministry of Immigration, Governance, and Labor submission of international labor standards adopted at the 111th session of the International Labor Conference held on the 12th of June 2024. And if I may, Madam Speaker, with your permission, just give a brief explanation. Among the instruments being submitted today are recommendation number 207 and recommendation number 208, which were both adopted at the 111th session by the International Labor Conference on June 12, 2024. Recommendation number 207 concerns amendments to international labor standards following the recognition of a safe and healthy working environment as a fundamental principle and right at work. This recognition places greater emphasis on the responsibility of member states to strengthen occupational safety and health policies. And as you may recall, the OSH bill was recently passed in this House. Legislation and workplace practices to protect workers from accidents, injuries, and occupational diseases. Recommendation number 208 addresses quality apprenticeships and provides guidance to countries on developing structured apprenticeship systems that combine practical workplace training with formal education, while ensuring that apprentices benefit from fair treatment, adequate training, and safe working conditions. Madam Speaker, the purpose of this paper is to fulfill Belize's obligation under Article 19 of the ILO Convention, which requires member states to submit all newly adopted international labor standards to their competent authority. The two instruments before you were adopted by the International Labor Conference in June of 2024. While submission does not mean ratification, it keeps Belize in full compliance with its international commitments and provides the foundation for informed discussion on how these standards may guide our national policies in the future. Thank you.
That paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Toledo West.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, colleagues and our fellow Belizeans. Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers number HR 67/114, report from the Public Utilities, Transport and Communications Committee on the Motor Vehicle Insurance Third-Party Risks Amendment Bill 2026. Sessional paper number HR 68/114, report from the Public Utilities, Transport and Communications Committee on the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is the first, Madam Speaker, please let me also add that the Honorable Member from Freetong is out on duty leave. He's in, I think, at a Commonwealth meeting, so that is why he's not here this morning with us. Madam Speaker, this is the General Revenue Appropriation 2026-2027 Bill for 2026. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31st, 2027. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31, 2027 be read a first time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending March 31st, 2027.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Investment and Economic Transformation. Honorable members, that was a misnumbering on my part. I do recognize the Honorable Prime Minister. He will do the presentation of the budget. However, as has been customary, we will do a small recess in order to facilitate for the podium to be brought in.
Proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any order opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move the second reading of the General Revenue Appropriation 2026-2027 bill. And Madam Speaker, I have some good news and some bad news. The good news is that I managed to edit about 20 pages of the budget presentation. The bad news, Madam Speaker, is still long, so please bear with me this morning. And I want to congratulate the leader of the opposition whose daughter just got married over the weekend. You know, and it is because of our special request that we're having the meeting today and not last week on Friday. So congratulations, we wish them many years of happiness. Madam Speaker, in tabling these estimates of revenue and expenditures for the upcoming fiscal year, I will also report on the performance of the current budget for fiscal year 2025-2026. For the benefit of all, I have chosen to abbreviate sections of the budget speech in my presentation, as I just mentioned. Indeed, all are welcome to download and read the entire speech, which will be posted on the Ministry of Finance page, as well as the press office social media outlets. At the onset, let me thank the technical team, led by the Financial Secretary, our CEOs, and all partners who assisted in putting together the numbers and in providing the technical support for the construction of these appropriations. Let me also, in this month that celebrates women of the world, echo my message from Sunday, which was International Women's Day, to acknowledge the tremendous contribution of our Belizean women for their resilience and their strength. The women of Belize deserve to live in a nation that not only recognizes their contribution, but ensures that we all, women and men alike, progress together. Madam Speaker, we live in an age of instant communications, with social media platforms providing constant news from every corner of the globe. The flood of news, the reels and posts, often indicate the turbulence of our age. And turbulence, by its very nature, has a disproportionate impact on small, open economies such as ours. I heard firsthand about the volatile effects of our turbulent age in a recent meeting of CARICOM heads of state, where colleagues shared, often with immense anxiety, the complex challenges they face in maintaining stability while meeting the soaring demands of their people. In this period of widespread upheaval, or more pointedly, what the Canadian Prime Minister recently described as a period of rupture, the proud truth is that Belize continues to shine as a distinctive land, steadfast, resilient, and future-focused. Let me tell you why I can make this claim. For our nation to benefit from the sunshine of tomorrow, we must first lay the most durable seeds today. And that is exactly what this administration has been doing tirelessly since November 2020. These seeds have started to sprout, stirring our nation to a seminal surge in prosperity. The pillars of sustained prosperity include diversified growth, robust employment, a strong currency, ample credit, and a government that invests in the welfare of its people through education, healthcare, infrastructure, housing, and security. On each of these scores, Belize is surpassing regional performance. Last year, our economy grew by 1.9%. This year, the projection is 2.3% growth. The latest employment report by the Statistical Institute of Belize shows that a historic low of 2%. In other words, 98 of every 100 persons who sought work found work. The Belize dollar remains firmly fixed to the US dollar at 2-to-1, backed by $1.1 billion in central bank reserves and $737.5 million in commercial bank external assets. The public debt as a percentage of GDP has been cut in half since 2020. Credit outstanding from the commercial banks to the private sector stood at $2.8 billion, reflecting growth in 2025 of 7.6%. And the commercial banks currently hold $720.2 million in excess liquidity available to the private sector to grow the economy and raise employment even higher. Finally, total government spending for fiscal year 2025-26, ending on March 31st, will be at $1.68 billion, representing 24.1% of annual gross domestic product. Of this amount, $275.3 million would have been spent on education, $146.2 million on the healthcare system, including the national health insurance, $130.5 million on infrastructure, and $218 million on public security. In the upcoming fiscal year, public officers, teachers, and security personnel will benefit from another 4% in salary increases, valued at $28.5 million on an annual basis. This will be in addition to last year's increase of 4.5%, or some $31.5 million. In total, government has pledged wage and pension increases valued at $78.7 million for this fiscal year. Surely an impressive adjustment by any measure. These are the clear and compelling reasons I can confidently assert that Belize is distinguishing itself among small nations in our hemisphere and our world. Today's budget proposals will lift even higher our standing and spirits, fulfilling this government's commitment to boosting prosperity and opportunity for every Belizean. Madam Speaker, in 2025, the global economy advanced with resilience, despite uneven growth across regions. The world navigated a more fragmented international landscape, marked by heightened uncertainty, strained on the rules-based order, and more pronounced grand power rivalry. Rising protectionism measures and renewed tariff disputes triggered sharp market reactions, pushing equity prices lower and tightening borrowing conditions as markets rapidly repriced risk. Cross-border financial flows were similarly affected, underscoring how swiftly geopolitical developments can influence global stability. These developments echoed warnings that economic tools, including tariffs and coercive trade practices, were increasingly being used as instruments of geopolitical competition. Even so, trade in technology-linked and advanced manufacturing goods remain relatively resilient, helping to cushion weaker performance in other sectors of advanced economies. According to the IMF's January 2026 World Economic Outlook Update, Global activity expanded by 3.3% in 2025, broadly in line with 3.2% in 2026, reflecting the world's continued capacity to adapt despite sustained external pressures. This measured stability emerged from competing dynamics. Shifting trade policies and renewed tariff disputes weighed on confidence and trade flows, while robust investment in new technologies and ongoing private sector adaptability provided important support. Across major economies, performance varied. Advanced economies grew by 1.8% in 2024 and about 1.5% in 2025 as tighter financial conditions and subdued demand limited momentum. Emerging market and developing economies, which expanded by 4.2% in 2024, sustained growth just above 4% in 2025, supported by a recovery in large emerging Asian markets and resilient domestic demand. This challenging environment was felt acutely in Latin America and the Caribbean, where varying exposure to global trade, remittances, commodity prices, and capital market conditions shaped outcomes across the region. Despite global volatility, growth in the region remained steady in 2025, reflecting a mix of supportive external conditions and underlying structural vulnerabilities. However, elevated public debt, uneven disinflation, and long-standing productivity constraints continue to weigh on the region. For the Caribbean specifically, climate-related shocks, high transport costs, and dependence on external demand amplified the effects of a turbulent global environment. These pressures were compounded by the region's sensitivity to shifts in global capital markets and its reliance on tourism, remittances, and imported goods. In Latin America and the Caribbean region expanded by 2% in 2024, and it is estimated to have grown 2.2% in 2025, even amid tighter financial conditions and elevated uncertainty. The Caribbean, excluding Guyana, strengthened from 1.8% in 2024 to an estimated 2.3% in 2025, supported by a continued recovery in tourism through stronger visitor arrivals and steady activity in construction and services, although elevated transport costs and persistent climate vulnerabilities remained a challenge. Global inflation continued to ease. Worldwide inflation declined to an estimated 4.1% in 2025, down from 5.9% in 2024 as supply chains further normalized and energy markets stabilized. While the pace of disinflation varied across countries, the overall easing of price pressures offered welcome relief to households and businesses. Amid this complex external landscape, Belize remained steady. Even as the world contended with shifting trade policies, geopolitical tensions, and rapid technological change, Belize navigated 2025 with resilience, anchored by disciplined economic management, strengthened buffers, and a steadfast commitment to maintaining stability and broad-based prosperity. Within this evolving global environment, Belize's economy continued to its steady forward movement. Real GDP growth for 2025 is estimated at 1.9% by the Central Bank of Belize, a moderation from the 3.5% expansion in 2024 as our nation transitions from the rapid post-pandemic rebound towards more sustainable pre-pandemic growth conditions. The primary sector, or agriculture, fisheries, and mining industries, was the main driver of this expansion. Farmers and producers delivered strong outputs across corn, soybeans, bananas, citrus, livestock, and marine products. These gains were significant enough to offset the sharp decline in sugarcane production caused by adverse weather and the spread of the fusarium disease. Their resilience reflects not only hard work, but also the deep strength of Belize's rural economy. The secondary sector, our construction, utilities, and manufacturing industries, grew at a more modest pace. Activity remained supported by expansion in the construction industry and gains in water services. However, contractions in electricity production from renewable sources and declines in food manufacturing, particularly in sugar, molasses, citrus juices, flour, and beverages, tempered overall performance. The tertiary sector, the various service industries that drive our economy, also slowed. Weaker tourism and subdued wholesale and retail trade weighed on overall activity. Nonetheless, other key private service industries, particularly financial intermediation and business process outsourcing, continued to post strong, encouraging gains. In 2025, Belizean households experienced a meaningful easing of price pressures. Inflation fell to 1.1%, down sharply from 3.3% in 2024, and a near record high of 6.3% recorded in 2022, supported by lower fuel and communication costs and the continued normalization of international supply and freight conditions. Our labor market performed exceptionally well. Unemployment fell to a historic low, averaging 2% in 2025, down from 2.6% the year before, driven by job creation in service-oriented industries, particularly wholesale and retail trade, as well as in the tourism sector. More Belizeans entered the labor force, and wage growth outpaced inflation, strengthening real incomes and boosting purchasing power for families across the country. However, even amid this good news, we recognize that structural challenges remain. We also recognize that whilst inflation has gone down, we still recognize and accept that the cost of living still remains a challenge for too many Belizeans. High informality and persistent gender gaps in the workplace are easing, but they still demand continued deliberate action. Now, turning to the outlook of 2026. In 2026, the global environment is expected to remain broadly stable. The IMF projects global growth at 3.3% in 2026, driven by easing inflation and ongoing investment, despite persisting protectionist risk and geopolitical uncertainty. Inflation in major economies is expected to decline further as supply chains continue to normalize and energy markets remain steady. Across Latin America and the Caribbean, growth is projected to remain modest. The broader Caribbean, excluding Guyana, is expected to expand by 1.7%, shaped by developments in external demand, transport costs, and climate-related pressures. In 2026, the central bank expects Belize's economy to strengthen modestly, with real GDP projected to grow conservatively at 2.3%. This outlook reflects ongoing efforts to build greater resilience in tourism and agriculture, as well as to direct strategic investments in priority areas such as energy, infrastructure, and healthcare. Madam Speaker, in our first term of office, we were meticulous in managing the public debt. The record shows that after inheriting a debt load that was north of 130% of annual GDP, our administration slashed that debt ratio in half. Our approach to managing the public debt will remain just as disciplined and meticulous during the second term. At present, the public debt stands at $4.676 billion, which is approximately 66.6% of annual GDP. Of this total debt, $2.984 billion, or about 64%, is external debt owed to creditors outside of Belize. The balance of $1.692 billion, or 36%, is debt denominated in Belize dollars owed to local lenders and to the central bank. During fiscal year 2025-26, government paid $131.8 million in interest charges on the public debt. This means that government's average borrowing rate is 3.5%. During the last budget year, $128 million was paid in amortization or principal payments. For the new budget year, government expects to pay $189.1 million in interest and $140 million in principal repayments. Today, Belize's public debt is considered to be on a sustainable foundation, but not only by the IMF, but also by the international rating agencies. Total revenue and grants for the fiscal year was $1.653 billion, of which $1.59 billion represented recurrent revenue. Of that recurrent revenue, $1.59 billion in recurrent revenue, as I mentioned, of which $1.465 billion was tax revenue, namely taxes in four broad categories: income and profits, property, international trade and transaction, and goods and services. Non-tax revenues for the year totaled $125.4 million. Capital revenues, almost entirely from the sale of Crown land, totaled $4.413 million. $58 million was the total value of grants received during the fiscal year. On the expenditure side, for the fiscal year was $1.687 billion. Recurrent spending total $1.229 billion, and capital spending total $458 million. On the capital spending, Capital 2 investments financed from domestic sources amounted to $345 million, and Capital 3 spending financed from external sources amounted to $105 million. Government spending on salaries for its estimated 15,000 workforce, all teachers and public officers, was $598 million, with an additional $123 million spent on pensions and ex gratia payments. Put differently, 58 cents of every dollar of government recurring spending goes to salaries and pensions. And put another way, 45 cents of every dollar of tax collected are spent on just these two categories. Here's the bottom line. Government attained a primary surplus of 1.4% of GDP and an overall deficit of 0.49%. The approved budget targets of 1.52% of GDP and a minus 0.6% of GDP, respectively, well within our budget targets. Amortization payments amounted to another $126 million. Government financing needs including amortization, amounted to $160 million. With the success of the last fiscal year under our belt, Cabinet and I proposed a balanced and targeted framework for the new fiscal year, which will start on 1st April 2026. On the revenue side of the ledger, $1.79 billion is projected for revenue and grants, which is an increase of $139 million compared to the last period, or some 8.5% growth, to be achieved by continued economic growth and collection efficiencies. Of the $139 million, the largest increase, $116 million, is to come from an increase in recurrent revenue growth, while $9 million will come from an increase in grants and a further $2.3 million in capital revenue, while the residual is accounted for by small increases across the revenue landscape. On the expenditure side, we propose $1.902 billion in total spending, of which $1.296 billion are recurrent in nature and $606.8 million represents capital investments. In this budget cycle, $85.5 million in health expenditures are now reclassified from recurrent budget to the Capital II budget, while some $21 million in education expenditure has also been reclassified, both to better align with international government financial statistics classifications. For this fiscal year, $780 million is allotted to salaries and pensions, representing 60% of total recurrent spending. This total represents a net increase year on year of $82 million, or about 11.7%. Madam Speaker, at $780 million, the wages and pension charges account for almost 11% of GDP, one of the highest in the region, and therefore something that we have to keep under tight control. Reflecting our determination to directing the maximum possible resources to public sector capital investments, and specifically to funding the medium-term economic strategy, this year's capital spending is the highest amount ever at $606.8 million, and the highest percentage ever to total spending. And the highest percentage ever of total spending at 32%. Debt servicing cost for the year remains just below 9 cents of every $1 of spending. During this fiscal year, Belize GDP is forecasted to exceed $7.4 billion of annual output. With this growth and the prudent levels of spending we propose, the primary surplus is expected at 1.1% of GDP, or $79.4 million. The overall budget deficit is projected at negative 1.49%. In dollars terms, some $110 million, which when added to the $140 million for amortization payments, means that the total financing required by the government for the fiscal year is $251 million, or just over 3.3% of 2026 GDP. Madam Speaker, as in past years, I'm only summarizing the high-level figures in this year's budget, as I anticipate that individual ministers will elaborate on the budgets of their ministries in greater detail. For the benefit of all, though, I will give a brief synopsis of the budget proposals as follows. In this budget year, government will receive $1.79 billion in revenues and grants, while it expects to spend some $1.92 billion. Of this amount, some $780 million will be spent on salaries and pensions, while some $264 million will be spent on goods and services, and another $60 million will be allocated to subsidies and current transfers. Debt service will account for some $189 million. Capital spending is estimated at $606 million. Amortization is estimated at $140 million. The difference between total revenues and total expenditures, including amortization, which amounts to $250 million, would be financed in part by $117 million in external loan disbursements, while a further $133 million will be financed from domestic sources. Let us now look at some Capital II program highlights for the upcoming budget and a sampling of the principal capital projects that animate the public investment program for the next fiscal year. Madam Speaker, we will be appropriating a record $488.6 million to our Capital II budget. That is a portion of the overall capital program that is funded from general revenue as opposed to donor financing. The emphasis continues to be on the upgrading and maintenance of our road infrastructure and to provide the necessary counterpart resources for capital projects funded by our development partners. I would like to list just a few of these programs, allowing the substantive minister to provide greater detail during his presentation. For infrastructure development, $21.9 million for the upgrading of the George Rice Highway from Belize City to Belmopan. $8 million for the upgrading of the Philip Wilson Highway from Mile 8 to Mile 24. $4 million for specialized equipment. I hope Minister from Stan Creek West, you'll be able to get your grader, right? I hope that way they buy down the graders and so forth. $4.6 million for the Santa Familia Bridge. $3.8 million. That is the road linking Spanish Lookout to San Ignacio, so that whenever there's flooding, the San Ignacio and Blue Creek, and Spanish Lookout and that area will never be cut off from the rest of the country. right minister from Cayo Northeast, and also, well, Cayo North, all the ministers, all the representatives from the West have been lobbying for that one. It's good for agriculture, yes. It's that area is very productive. And I'm sure that the the representative from Cayo West also supports that project. 3.8 million for the replacement of the Belize City swing bridge. Yeah, the club, you know. It goes into Albert too. 3.8 million for the replacement of the Belcan Bridge, and a combined total of some $46 million for the continued maintenance of roads, streets, and drains countrywide. Other significant allocations include, for health, $57 million for the operationalization of the National Health Insurance Program, representing a $7 million increase over the previous year. $52.5 million for central medical stores, representing a $20 million increase from the previous year. $33.7 million for the operational support for the KHMH. For education, $2.6 million for the Healthy Start feeding program. $2.2 million for internet to schools. $13 million for education grants for all our students across this country. For social and community development, $6.2 million for constituency development programs, $5.1 million for community support and small grant programs, $3.5 million for grocery and food assistance, $1.5 million in assistance to small farmers, $4.5 million for youth anti-violence multi-sectoral programs, $5.4 million for social transformation programs, and for land development, $18 million for land acquisition payments and land surveys. For sporting facilities, $1.6 million for the maintenance of sports facilities, but it's more than that, right, Minister from Representative from Pickstock? So it's only that we mentioned right here. But when you look at the budget, you see the amount that we're getting. And they already got $1 million from Fui Bolito, right? Somebody in here managed to give away the Bolito to a close member of the former Prime Minister, right? If we don't say the name, or whistle, right? But we don't mention name right now. Who give away the Bolito, right? Madam Speaker, this year we will be appropriating $117.4 million to our Capital 3 budget. The overwhelming proportion coming from either highly concessionary loans from international development agencies, or in some cases, grants from our bilateral partners. Here is just a sampling of the key capital projects that drive this year's public investment program, in conformity with Belize's medium-term development strategy, as well as the overarching goals of Plan Belize 2.0. In health, $19.1 million for the construction of a state-of-the-art hospital in San Pedro Town, funded. I think the UDP may vote for the hospital about 3 times in the budget, 5 times in the budget. I never did during 2 terms. I never did build it, right? Yes. So we are building the hospital in San Pedro Town, on Ambergris Key. That will also help Kikoko. Let's not forget. And This is funded by a grant from our highly valued bilateral partner, the Republic of China, Taiwan. $1.9 million for improving efficiency, quality, and access to health systems. In education, I'm only going to touch about later, we'll talk some more on education. In education, $7.7 million for the Skills for the Future program funded by the IDB. $5 million for the National Health Start feeding program, the school feeding program. In economic transformation and financial management, $1.06 million for sustainable and inclusive urban development program, an IDB-funded project to contribute to sustainable urban development of municipalities in northern Belize. $1 million for the Belize Blue Cities and Beyond project, a World Bank project funded by IDA or IDA resources to support San Pedro Town, Belize City and Punta Gorda through capacity building, policy development, and infrastructure improvements. $1 million for tax administration, $3 million for digital innovation to boost economic development, $1 million to strengthen public expenditure management, $5 million for integral security, $1.7 million for Global Fund health programs in infrastructure programs. In infrastructure development, $21.9 million for the upgrade of the George Price Highway from Belize City to Hattieville, $15.5 million for the upgrading of the Philip Colson Highway, $9.5 million for the Belcan Bridge Replacement Project, $2.8 million for the upgrading of the Corozal to Sarteneja Road. Madam Speaker, I wish to note that many of these Capital 2 and Capital 3 programs are multi-year programs, and the figures mentioned above are for this fiscal year only. I also wish to highlight development in key projects. For sure, we present the financial roadmap for the fiscal year 2026-2027 with an unwavering commitment to the health of our people, because access to quality health care is a right, not a privilege. In the People's United Party, we believe strongly that our health is our wealth. Since taking office in November 2020, we committed ourselves to revitalizing the National Health Insurance Program. Today, that promise is taking shape. Presently, NHI clinics deliver an average of 25,000 patient visits every month. In other words, over 300,000 patient visits per year visiting NHI clinics across this country. Providing medical consultations, prescribing medications, and diagnostic tests such as blood work, X-ray, and ultrasounds at highly affordable rates. Through the NHI program for the period 2020-2025, 7,629 patients underwent diabetic eye exams. Of these, 1,092 patients got cataract surgery, and an additional 739 patients went through retinopathy laser surgery. 2,267 adults obtained eyeglasses to significantly improve their eyesight, and likewise 1,953 school children that needed eyeglasses received free eyeglasses. This progress is the foundation upon which we now build. The NHI, a concept that started 25 years ago as a pilot in the south side of Belize City by a PUP government. And I must take pause to recognize the extraordinary work that the Right Honorable Said Musa did back then. He was the one, as Prime Minister, and along with myself and many others, that when we were in opposition back then, started discussing and finding ways how we can make healthcare accessible to every citizen in this country. And thanks to that start, to then the Right Honorable Said Musa's work and the PUP government of then, today I can announce that because of that, the NHI is now a reality for Belizeans countrywide. For fiscal year 2026-2027 is for expansion and investment in NHI. We are moving from stabilization to strategic expansion. This budget allocates $57 million to deepen NHI's impact. Our focus will be twofold. First, we're expanding NHI coverage to include the entire Kaya district, finally offering services. Sorry, coming Kaya. Even Kaya West is going to get NHI. So we're finally offering services to 325,000 persons countrywide. Second, we are allocating significant resources to strengthen the supply side because a promise of care is empty without the infrastructure to deliver it. We are partnering with the Ministry of Health and Wellness to upgrade polyclinics in key districts and crucially to address the human resource gap. Madam Speaker, I call on every Belizean to join us in advancing the next chapter of NHI, because building a healthier nation is a responsibility we share and a legacy we must create together. As was stated in Plan Belize, energy sustainability is critical to the building and advancement of our nation. To this end, government continues to take decisive steps to strengthen and modernize Belize's electricity sector. Through strategic international partnerships, we are advancing significant solar investments. This will be supported by the Saudi Fund for Development, which will add meaningful renewable capacity, 40 megawatts of solar and 20 megawatts of battery energy storage system to the national grid to help reduce our dependence on imported energy. These investments form part of a broader diversification strategy aimed at stabilizing long-term electricity costs while building resilience in the face of global energy volatility. Through the engagement of the Millennium Challenge Corporation, MCC, a $125 million finance initiative, of which a portion will be used to strengthen the regulatory and institutional framework necessary for energy reform. We will work together, government, the private sector, and our international partners to meet the growing needs of our energy sector. Madam Speaker, as we all know, George Price Highway is the most trafficked highway in the country. The upgrading of this highway was identified under the National Transportation Master Plan as the #1 priority, particularly the segment between Belize City and Belmopan, which has not seen any major improvements since the early 1980s. This project to upgrade the highway is potentially the largest ever carried out by the government of Belize and the Ministry of Infrastructure Development. It is divided in 3 road segments as follows. Upgrading Belize City to Hattieville. Lot 1 is being executed with support from a $34.5 million loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank. Works include the complete rehabilitation and upgrading of 15 miles of the George Price Highway between Pong Yard Bridge and Hattieville. This segment has been put to international tendering and bids are currently being evaluated. It is expected that we will commence the civil works as soon as April of this year. Lot number 2, Hattieville La Democracia. This 15-mile road segment, for which government has sent official requests to the OPEC fund to join in financing this key road transport segment, will include the replacement of Colonel English Bridge. This is estimated at $60 million. Lot 3, La Democracia to Belmopan. The upgrading of George Price Highway between Democracia and Belmopan, these works are being funded by the government of Belize and a loan agreement with the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development, KFED, for $13 million. KFED has confirmed its commitment to sign a second loan, which will cover the remaining cost of $56.1 million Belize dollars. Works including upgrading 29 kilometers of George Price Highway, 18 miles, to international standards. A new bridge will be constructed at Mount Pleasant Creek, and major intersections will be incorporated, including a roundabout intersection with George Price Boulevard and a more channelized intersection for the new hospital site. Modern safety features are included with dedicated turning lanes within the limits of St. Matthews and Cotton Tree villages and for the sugarcane fields and the cement factory. In addition to the 3 lots, the wider upgrading program also includes the replacement of 2 Belize City bridges. The Belcan Bridge Replacement Project, with the financial support of our friends from Taiwan, this Belcan Bridge project includes the construction of a temporary vehicular crossing with access to Evergreen Street. It also includes the removal and demolition of the existing Belcan Bridge, the construction of a new precast reinforced concrete bridge with 3 spans of 29.4 meters, 29 meters, and 29.4 meters, 19 meters wide, comprising pile foundation abutments and a center piles. In addition, it will include precast AA SHTO Type 4 girders with reinforced concrete deck, the installation of sidewalks, reflective signs, safety railings, lighting, line markings, and other modern bridges features. This project is scheduled for completion by the end of January 2029. The estimated cost for the project, including the temporary crossing, is $20 million. The Belize City Swing Bridge Replacement Project. The Swing Bridge Replacement Project consists of 3 separate projects. Belize received grant aid from the government of Japan for approximately 28 million Belize dollars. This project will see the replacement of the swing bridge. We tried to save this historic bridge, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, it is beyond saving. We will construct an alternate crossing, and removal of the existing metal structure. The replacement structure will be a composite steel girder, reinforced concrete bridge spanning 42 meters and varies in width from 14.3 meters to 18.3 meters at its widest. Having strict deadlines specified in the grant agreement, the construction of the alternate crossing will begin at the end of March 2026 and will be completed by 27th July deadline. Similarly, the removal of the swing bridge will commence upon the completion of the alternate crossing and to be completed by the 1st of December 2026. Madam Speaker, I would like to take the opportunity to thank our development partners for their contribution to this high priority project and for their continued support for the development of Belize. I wish to thank by name the government and people of the Republic of China, Taiwan, the government and people of Japan, the Caribbean Development Bank, the Kuwait Fund, and the OPEC Fund. Yes, we'll have to big up our friends. The 2026-2027 fiscal budget signals a decisive shift towards delivering measurable results and strengthening overall system performance, marked by the launch of the Belize Education Sector Plan 2026-2027. This budget moves beyond planning to purposeful implementation, ensuring that reform efforts translate into real and sustainable impact. The Ministry of Education's allocations are strategically directed towards maximizing efficiency, enhancing accountability, and improving budget performance with a clear focus on achieving tangible gains in access, quality, equity, and relevance across the education system. These investments are firmly aligned with the national development priorities outlined in Plan Belize. 1, expanding opportunities, enrolling more students today. The 2026-2027 budget will strategically invest in Belize's education system to meet the needs of a growing student population, accelerate system-wide transformation, and protect the well-being of our teachers, ensuring tangible results for students, educators, and the nation. 2, free learning, brighter futures, education upliftment program. The Education Upliftment Program, or the EUP, Together We Rise, eliminates financial barriers for families across Belize. The targeted allocation for funds for secondary school students in all districts demonstrates this administration's strong commitment to expanding access to quality education. At its launch in 2022-2023 academic year, the program supported 947 students across 4 secondary high schools. And I think we started off in the south side of Belize City. In the 2026-2027 fiscal period, the Education Upliftment Project will expand to 27 secondary schools, reaching 27 secondary schools, reaching over 14,000 students. These numbers indicate an increase of more than 13,000 beneficiaries, representing growth of over 1,000% in less than 4 years. I wish the former Minister of Education would have been here today so I could show how to get this work done. But, you know, Representative Daly messed up with plans, no? Where is he? But we're happy that you're here, my brother. We're happy that you're here and you're doing a good job in Collect. And I told that to some of your constituencies last week, Wednesday. It goes to show that you're there not to be able to get in a power, but because you want to serve the people of Collect. That's the difference. In 2026-2027, 100% of students enrolled in government secondary schools nationwide will attend school for free. Over 60% of all secondary school students in Belize, 60% of all students in Belize will benefit from free education, providing significant financial relief to more than 8,500 families. The opposition like talk about just inflation and we know they do nothing. This is how we help people. We can't bring down the price of the goods being imported, but we could find ways to put more money in people's pocket. In addition, a substantial number of students attending non-EOP secondary schools also receive financial assistance from the government of Belize in the form of subsidies, grants, or scholarships. Traditionally, over 5,000 students outside of EOP schools benefit from such support. 3, bridging education and technology. Connect Ed in action. This budget will further advance technology integration and innovation to enhance teaching and learning. Internet access will be expanded across 283 schools, from preschool to tertiary institutions, benefiting over 78,000 students and more than 4,500 teachers, with an investment of approximately $2 million per year. Internet access is just the foundation. Innovative digital programs such as the 501 Academy website and its key features, Access 501 and the recently launched AI chatbot, 501 Historian demonstrates the ministry's commitment to transformative education. 4, this is very important. It's never been done before. More healthy students, more bright futures, expanding the National Health Start Feeding Program. In 2025-2026, the National Health Start Feeding Program reached 15,850 students across 56 primary and 22 secondary schools, with an annual investment of approximately $8 million. In 2026-2027, this program will expand to benefit around 20,000 primary and secondary students. With a total investment of approximately $10 million, reinforcing the government's commitment to healthy, well-nourished students ready to learn. The ministry remains firmly committed to its mandates under Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 2, to reduce hunger, and SDG 4, to ensure inclusive and equitable access to quality education for all children. In addition to covering meal-related expenses, the ministry will also allocate funding to schools for upgrading kitchen equipment and carry out infrastructure repairs. 5, connecting classrooms. More transportation for learning and teaching. The 2025-2026 budget supported a total of 280 bus runs, benefiting approximately 14,000 students and numerous teachers across Belize. Over the past 5 years, the number of bus runs have steadily increased in response to rising demand, reflecting in the ministry's commitment to removing barriers to school attendance and addressing the growing transportation needs of students. In 2026-2027 budget will further enhance existing routes and expand school transportation with an additional 15 runs. This service costs the government of Belize over $1 million per month. 6, building tomorrow, advancing more STEAM and TVET education in Belize. In 2023, Belize pioneered the establishment of ITSA STEAM Academy, the first public STEAM high school in Belize and the region. And I'm most pleased because the UDP want to claim credit for this. They started the planning, but they never could have gotten it off the ground, that we almost lost the funding. Right, Minister Fandangriga? We almost lost the funding, and it's because of the efforts of the Minister of Education and the Minister of State in Education. They managed to save this very important and innovative project. I think they once said, no, once one time, the UDP talk and the PUP what? Work. We get things done. I've been showing them all day today. The 2025-2026 budget supported the Academy's financial needs, covering both teacher and staff remunerations, as well as operational costs. The 2026-2027 budget will continue this support and provide free education to approximately 300 students, comprising the Academy's full enrollment for the upcoming school year. Additionally, the Ministry of Education, in partnership with development partners, will construct 6 STEAM pavilions. Now the UDP may think they may have to go build 6 more schools, you know. But we're using technology, we're using connection direct through fiber. So we will construct 6 STEAM pavilions, 1 in each district, during the 2026-2027, expanding access to innovative STEAM education nationwide. The 2026-2027 budget will provide the necessary resources to operationalize the recently approved national TVET policy, activate the National Training Authority, the NTA, and revitalize the mandate of TVET in Belize. I must pass to add, again, under the Right Honorable Said Musa, the PUP government back then constructed these TVETs all across the country. I remember we invested, I think it was approximately $35 million, and the UDP went in and they did nothing with the TVETs. It's a disgrace. But yet, they spend money on tacos. You know, $600 million from petroleum now, for oil revenues that we found, we were the ones doing all the time, and $500 million from Petrocaribe. But yet, they could not find the money to invest in the TVETs. But it takes a PUP government to get back into government and to invest once again on the TVETs for our young people. The TVET Act is in its final stages of development. With these measures and the additional funding of approximately 16.5 million US dollars secured under the MCC Compact over the next 5 years, 2026-2027 will mark a year of full transformation for the TVET sector. Also, over the next 5 years, MCC will invest over 50 million US dollars in Belize's education system, particularly in the areas of transforming teaching and learning in the secondary education and teaching skill gaps in key growth industries. Clearly, we are keeping up our promise to the people as set out on Plan Belize and Plan Belize 2.0 to make Belize an education nation. We also wish to provide updates on other government initiatives. Back in October of last year, I asked this Honorable House to authorize the purchase of the 3 hydroelectric facilities, Moyehon, Chaleo, and Vaca plants, then owned and operated by Fortis Inc. of Canada. This House gave its approval for the acquisition, along with the consent to raise the necessary financing by way of government treasury notes. I gave an assurance that following the acquisition, government would immediately divest shares into in the company and would recoup the entirety of the purchase price. I am pleased to report that government's share offer in the new Hydro Belize Limited was oversubscribed at the closing date of 20th January 2026. About 2,000 Belizeans also put in their money and invested in Belize by buying these shares. Applications which were paid up total over 4,452,000 shares. The equity sale generated $129.1 million plus $5.7 million for additional shares to SSB. Total proceeds from equity sale therefore amount to $134.8 million. Bond offering expected to raise $100 million to cover the buyback from government of the remaining shares. These shares will then be cancelled. The purpose of these bonds, in addition to allowing government to recoup the balance of the purchase price paid for the acquisition, allows institutional investors such as Social Security, credit unions and banks, to buy long-term debt instrument. Once this process is complete and the new board is in place, government would have fulfilled its commitments to acquire and divest this critical utility company, all done in less than 1 year. Belize would have secured for more than 2,000 local shareholders the source of some 30% of the country's power generation. All future profits will thus remain here in Belize. I thank the interim board led by the current executive chair of BL, Ambassador Lin Yong, along with the financial secretary and CEO Nara Garcia. I also acknowledge the management and staff of Hydro Belize, led by CEO K. Menzies. Next is the $450 million upgrading of the port of Belize at Port Loyola in Belize City, which persists as a high priority project, critical for trade and for tourism. Minister Osha, smile back there from Port Loyola. Give me the money. Since this decisive repurchase of the port by government in December of 2023, the management of the port, and more recently, a special project execution unit led by Dr. Gilbert Canton, has been working non-stop first to complete a proper master plan and subsequently to prepare the appropriate environmental and social impact assessment plan. One of the foremost port consultants in the world, the firm of Moffitt and Nichols, has been supporting the planning process. I'm pleased to report that the ESIA blueprint has now been submitted to the Department of the Environment for consideration. The Port of Belize project would bring a historic transformation to the country's central marine navigational channel, the Belize City Harbor, the cargo port, the cruise tourism sector, and most importantly, to the Port Loyola community. The entire Belize City, you're right. The entire Belize City, the entire Belize district is going to benefit from this project. But I'm sure that the honorable member from Port Loyola will want to say we have to claim it first because it's in my constituency. Right, member from Port Loyola? For importers and exporters alike, and for all Belizean consumers, the new port facilities would mean faster and cheaper fishing arrangements. For port stakeholders, including the stevedores, the upgrading will deliver far better working conditions and a long-term job security. For cruise tourism, landside berthing will position Belize as a major beneficiary of surging cruise tourism flows and increased passenger spending in the Western Caribbean corridor. And most importantly, the improvements to the marine access channel and the Belize City Harbor will be achieved with a program of works that actually upgrades coastal protection and safeguards Belize's marine integrity. Several world-class port operators and cruise lines have expressed interest in a strategic partnership with Belize, which would bring capital and know-how to the project. And I must pause to give thanks to the Minister of Tourism and his team who have been doing an extraordinary job in navigating through these difficult times the growth of the tourism industry to ensure that tourism continue to support our country and to provide more and more opportunities for Belize, and the Port of Belize is going to be no different. Our goal is to commence work this year and to have the new facility open by 2030. Madam Speaker, our small nation has felt the grand impact of climate change. In our region, we're experiencing cyclones or hurricanes and droughts of greater intensity and frequency. For us in Belize, it is not a question of if, but of when we will experience the next climate-related catastrophe. So we have to be prepared and do all that we can to mitigate and adapt in face of the looming threats. In January 2022, the government of Belize established a climate finance unit in which is now the Ministry of Economic Transformation to implement the country's climate finance strategy and to support the development and submission of climate project proposals for submission to specialized funding agencies, while at the same time acting as a clearinghouse for climate-related activities in the country. Our proposals have the key objectives of supporting mitigation and adaptation actions that address climate change. Ours was the first dedicated climate finance unit in the region, and since its inception, it has grown significantly and has gained access to a pool of over $124 million in highly concessionary loans and grants from key development partners. Including the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, the Global Fund, the IDB, the European Union, to name a few. Key achievements already realized and on the horizon include the following. Approval from the Green Climate Fund for the Ministry of Economic Transformation to act as a direct beneficiary for the GCF's readiness funding. A US $38.8 million grant from the Green Climate Fund and other partners for building the adaptive capacity of sugarcane farmers in northern Belize program. A US $10 million loan from IDB Klima for Kikaka water and sanitation system. I'm going to come to that later. And technical assistance from the IDB for the development of a framework for the issuance of green bonds with a potential value of US $20 million. At the same time, through the efforts of the unit, Belize was able to secure accreditation for the Development Finance Corporation to the Green Climate Fund, which can now directly access up to $50 million in climate-related fund financing. Let me address access to World Bank IDA financing. Madam Speaker, members may recall that in February of 2024, and after much effort, and with the support of the senior management of the World Bank, Belize became eligible to access the World Bank's International Development Association, IDA or IDA, financing on highly concessional terms. Such terms include a 40-year credits with 10 years grace and 30-year repayment periods, and interest rates linked to the prevailing SDR rates, approximately 1 to 2% per annum. For Belize, such resources were made available under the IDA Sustainable Development Finance Policy, which are aimed at enhancing overall debt transparency, fiscal sustainability, and/or debt management, anchored in Belize's World Bank Country Program. These include annual performance and policy actions, PPAs, all aimed at enhancing fiscal management and sustainability, which are to be agreed with the World Bank every year. For fiscal year 2025, two key actions agreed by Belize were the approval of a disaster risk financing policy and approval of a medium-term fiscal framework and a policy for a fiscal strategy plan. Both have since been adopted by the Cabinet. For fiscal year 2026, the two key actions agreed by Belize were the approval of a policy for the allocation of resources for a contingencies fund and the submission to Parliament of an internal audit bill. Madam Speaker, the Cabinet has approved the policy for the contingency fund, and the internal audit bill will be presented later in this meeting of the Honorable House. Since becoming eligible for IDA resources, the following projects have been approved and are under implementation. In May 2025, IDA approved the Blue Cities and Beyond projects, US $23.5 million. The objectives of this project are to improve Belize's management capacity for sustainable coastal and blue economy development. Increase safe water supply and reduce land-based pollution discharges at targeted urban centers, and in case of an eligible crisis or emergency, to respond promptly and effectively to it. The project consists of the following parts: policy development and capacity building, and water, sanitation, and waste management. In October 2025, IDA approved the Catastrophe Deferred Drawdown Option, CAT-DDO, facility, a specialized product which enhances a country's crisis preparedness and prevention by providing a contingency line of credit that offers immediate liquidity to address shocks related to natural disasters and public health emergencies caused by biological events. The amount of this CAT-DDO facility is $20 million, with about one-half or $10 million drawn from Belize's IDA allocation. The financing that will be available through the CAT-DDO will substantially close any gaps for disaster response should the need arise. A third IDA-financed project, the negotiations for which have just been completed, is the Early Childhood Development and Female Empowerment Project, US $23.5 million, to improve access to quality early childhood care and education and female employment opportunities in early childhood care and education and in other sectors. The project also aims at increasing availability of preschool services in underserved areas and improving quality and inclusivity of existing preschool services and increasing availability of quality, inclusive early development centers. This initiative is to increase women's labor force participation, skills training, and increase in Belizean women's earning capacity. The project is expected to commence in the third quarter of this financial year. Looking ahead, under the upcoming IDA 21 cycle, Belize will be eligible for up to US $45 million in IDA financing over a period of 3 years to the World Bank's fiscal year 2023. Madam Speaker, the access to IDA highly concessionary resources, along with the related policy actions, will contribute immensely to Belize's long-term debt and fiscal sustainability. I wish to thank the senior management and staff of the World Bank for its support in this matter, and also to our own staff and who have worked tirelessly to bring this program to a reality. Madam Speaker, the government of Belize continues to advance a broad-based tax reform agenda aimed at improving equity, efficiency, and sustainability within the national tax system. High on the agenda for fiscal year 2026-27 is the transformation of the Belize Tax Service Department into a semi-autonomous revenue authority, SARA. This structural shift will provide the operational autonomy, governance flexibility, and enhance accountability needed to deliver on Belize's tax modernization agenda. Another significant shift will be the transfer of responsibility for land tax collection from the Lands Department to the Belize Tax Service. Under this proposed tax assessment, under this proposal, tax assessment themselves will remain in the purview of the Lands Department, but the collection will then fall to the Belize Tax Service Department on behalf of the Ministry of Natural Resources. Together, these reforms signal a decisive step in achieving government's commitment towards building a modern, transparent, and service-oriented tax system, one that supports national development and long-term fiscal sustainability. On the expenditure side, the government of Belize will continue to exercise tight control on its recurrent expenditure while making sufficient provisions for key needs in education, health, national security, infrastructure, and housing, to name a few. Focus will be on containing any additional growth in the wage and wage-related now that we have come to an agreed 3-year compensation package with the joint unions. The government will continue working on pension reform aimed at placing the unsustainable pension expenditure on long-term sustainable footing. We will finalize this before the end of 2028. The government, with the technical assistance, support, and potential funding from the IDB, is also embarking on a program of civil service modernization. A key element of the program will be the modernization and consolidation of now outdated pay and grading system in the public service. Within the medium-term fiscal framework, fiscal policy is anchored on maintaining a prudent overall budget position and a sustainable public debt. The government's primary fiscal objective is to sustain a consistent primary budget surplus in the range of 1.5 to 2% of GDP over the medium term, which will support fiscal credibility, strengthen buffers, and ensure that the overall budget balance remains consistent with macroeconomic stability objectives, both in nominal terms and as a share of GDP. On the debt side, although public debt has declined earlier than projected and is currently at 65% of GDP range, further consolidation is expected to be more gradual due to structural constraints on economic growth and limited control over global interest rates conditions. Accordingly, fiscal policy will remain focused on disciplined expenditure management, efficient revenue mobilization, and cautious borrowing, with the objective of placing public debt on a firmly downward trajectory towards 50% of GDP by 2030 in both nominal terms and relative to GDP. Madam Speaker, today's budget proposals have been crafted after careful consideration of the state's most urgent and most vital obligations. Let me say that what everyone knows, there is never enough money to fund every program, so tough choices need to be made at budget time. First and foremost, government must meet its payroll and pension obligation to the 15,000 public officers, teachers, and security personnel. These professionals at all levels fulfill government's mandate to manage the affairs of the state and to provide service to all 420,000 citizens. This single cost of wages and pensions represents 44 cents of every dollar collected by the state. Next are operational costs, including utilities and supplies, which take up another 15 cents of every dollar. What remains must be allocated judiciously to supporting other core obligations, such as subsidies for tertiary education through the University of Belize and tertiary health education through the Carl Huchner Memorial Hospital. And then there is the 11 cents of every public dollar directed to repay interest on the public debt. Very little is left thereafter. And so from multilateral leaders and bilateral partners, government effectively finances all capital investments in education, healthcare, infrastructure, housing, security, and so forth. There is clearly a limit to this capacity to borrow, and the limit is tied to our capacity to pay. Our policy is for this generation to fund its own welfare, not to borrow from our children. Our goal is for future generations to benefit from our foresight and sacrifice, not to impoverish our children and grandchildren for our benefit. The fact is that in our mixed economy, government's role is augmented, in some instances, superseded by the private sector and non-profit actors. When government leads by example, when it manages the public purse prudently, its conduct inspires confidence, which in turn can multiply development through private investments. Money chooses its host country, and that choice is a clear indication of the so-called investment climate. This is the judgment I wish to highlight. The compelling flows of foreign direct investment which tell the story of the brimming confidence in our country and economy. In the last 2 years alone, calendar years of 2024 and 2025, Belize has benefited from approximately $736 million of capital inflows, while outflows, not counting the acquisition of the hydro facilities, total just $231 million. Net investments flows, therefore, has been $505 million, or over $500 million in just the last 2 years. This is neither accident nor aberration. This unprecedented investment flow is an unmistakable signal that our policies have inspired trust in our laws and courts, trust in our financial system and currency, trust in the long-term sustainability of our economy, and yes, trust in the administration of the state by this People's United Party government. I am exceedingly confident that these successes will grow exponentially. And with the continued support of the public service, the private sector, and the cabinet, Belize will continue to stride from strength to strength. A few weeks ago, I told the leaders of our party that the work before us is to transform progress into lasting prosperity, to turn opportunity into achievement for more Belizeans, and that we will make Belize a nation where every child can imagine a brighter future than the one before. Yes, we may stumble. The ascent of the greatest empires have not been without falter, but the Belizean spirit will never falter. We will prevail and we will thrive. I am convinced that our best days are ahead of us. And with the guidance of the Almighty, we will not stand still, but move boldly towards tomorrow. Madam Speaker, I recommend this budget and ask all members for their consideration and support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
honorable members, we'll just have a short recess so that the technicians can remove the podium and other items. Thank you. Members, I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 49-2, I name Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, 23rd, 24th, and 25th, March 2026, respectively, for the continuation of the debate on the General Revenue Appropriation 2026-2027 bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the continuation of the debate on the General Revenue Appropriation 26-2027 Bill 2026 be on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, 23rd, 24th, and 25th of March 2026, respectively. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is the Internal Audit Bill 2026. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to establish an internal audit department and committee to provide for reasonable assurance that persons entrusted with public funds carry out their functions effectively, efficiently, economically, ethically, equitably, and in accordance with the law and the IPPF to strengthen governance, risk management, and control processes, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, please allow me to provide some context for this Internal Audit Bill 2026. This bill intends to strengthen accountability, fortify fiscal discipline, and modernize the governance structure of the government of Belize. For too long, a critical gap existed in our public financial management system. The 2014 Public Expenditure and Financial Accountability, the PFA, assessment made it clear that Belize lacked a centralized internal audit function capable of providing independent, professional assurance over how public resources are managed. That weakness is what we seek to correct, not incrementally, but decisively. In 2020, government took the first concrete step by establishing the Internal Audit Unit within the Ministry of Finance. Today, we take the next and more enduring step to enshrine internal audit into law. This bill places the internal audit function on firm statutory footing, securing its independence, authority, and permanence. It establishes a centralized internal audit department mandated to conduct risk-based audits across ministries, statutory bodies, local authorities, and majority state-owned enterprises. It creates an internal audit committee to provide independent oversight and to ensure that audit findings are not merely reported but acted upon. The framework aligns with the global internal audit standards of the Institute of Internal Auditors, bringing Belize fully in line with international best practices. Yes, Madam Speaker, this is what we would call symbolic alignment. It is also a commitment to measurable standards, professional rigor, and credible oversight. The bill strengthens reporting requirements, mandates transparency, and establishes clear consequences for the obstruction, false reporting, and misuse of information. It sends an unequivocal message. Stewardship of public resources is a public trust, and that trust must be protected. It sends, Madam Speaker, this reform is about strengthening the integrity of government. It advances our broader public expenditure management agenda, reinforces confidence among citizens and development partners, and embeds accountability at the core of how public resources are managed. This legislation is about legacy, building systems that safeguard taxpayers' dollars and institutionalize oversight mechanisms that will endure beyond any single administration. I commend the bill to this honorable House and seek the support of all who believe in greater transparency. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to establish an internal audit department and committee.
The Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, if you allow my indulgence, I would like to combine both bills, the Ombudsman Amendment Bill and the Contractor General Amendment Bill, because both of them are dealing with the same matter. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Ombudsman Act, Chapter 5 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the emoluments payable to a holder of the office of the Ombudsman and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental to. I also rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Contractor General Act, Chapter 6 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the emoluments payable to a holder of the office of the Contractor General and to provide for matters connected therewith. As I said, Madam Speaker, by way of explanation, let me say this about the Ombudsman Amendment Bill and the Contractor General Amendment Bill. Both bills have one similarity, a clause clarifying the remuneration provision of the office holder. We propose to bring this clause into conformity with what has been the practice of the National Assembly for decades. Now, before going any further, let me say this. These amendments will take effect after appointments of the new office holders. As it is well known, the previous Ombudsman's contract came to an end in December 2025, and the current Contractor General's contract comes to an end on the 31st May 2026. The rationale and justification for the amendments to this Act, Madam Speaker, is simple: to remove what is an anomaly in the law regarding the remuneration of the Ombudsman and the Contractor General. Madam Speaker, both the Ombudsman Act and the Contractor General Act were enacted in 1994, on 28 April 1994 and the 5th of January 1994, respectively. Both the Ombudsman Act and the Contractor General Act have identical provisions relating to remuneration of the office holders. These are found in sections 8 and 10 of the respective acts and are in these terms, and I quote: 1, subject to subsection, and 2, the Ombudsman and Contractor General shall receive such emoluments and be subject to such other terms and conditions of service as may from time to time be prescribed by or under any law or by resolution of the National Assembly, such emoluments being not less than the emoluments which may from time to time be payable to a judge of the Supreme Court, which is now the High Court, end of quote. Madam Speaker, neither post mandate that the qualifications of the office holder must be equal of that of the High Court judge. Still, the remuneration is referenced to that of a High Court judge. This is clearly an anomaly here, Madam Speaker. In fact, since the appointments of the Ombudsman and Contractor General began, most have not had the qualifications of a judge of the High Court. None of the responsibilities required that the person engaged, and here again I quote, is qualified to practice as an attorney at law in a court of Belize or as an advocate in a court in any other part of the Commonwealth, having unlimited jurisdiction either in civil or criminal causes or matters for at least 5 years, end of quote. And so what has taken place in practice is that the National Assembly by resolution approves the salary of the person appointed ombudsman or contractor general with no strict reference to the remuneration of a high court judge being made. A contract is simply settled with the office holder based on qualifications, experience, and other factors that are naturally considered in finalizing a contract. And as said, Madam Speaker, this has been the practice going back to the appointment of the first office holders. Further, Madam Speaker, the respected constitutional academic, Dr. Francis Alexis, in his text, Changing Caribbean Constitution, explained that while strict professional qualifications are set by the Constitution for judges, the same cannot be said from ombudsman, particularly because broader qualifications are appropriate for such posts. And the same can be said of the contractor general. Therefore, there is no sound policy reason why the remuneration of the ombudsman or the contractor general should be referenced to that of a judge of the High Court. This is why we're introducing these amendments. I therefore commend both bills to this Honorable House and look forward for the support of members of both sides. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, those bills are referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Ombudsman Act, Chapter 5 of the Substantive Laws of Belize. Bill for an act to amend the Contractor General Act, Chapter 6 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourned to Monday, 23rd March 2026 at 10 a.m.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourned to Monday, 23rd March 2026 at 10 a.m. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB CLIMA, strengthening marine ecosystem resilience by enhancing wastewater infrastructure in Kikaka, US $12.25 million loan and guarantee motion. Madam Speaker, I ask for indulgence. The recitals of the motion have been circulated to all members as your indulgence not to read several pages of the recital. So now I go to the, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will contribute to enhancing coastal water quality in Kikaka, benefiting tourism and strengthening the adaptive capacity of vulnerable coastal marine ecosystems while facilitating access to green finance, one approves that BWSL may borrow the sum of US $10 million from the IDB on the terms and conditions set out above, and authorizes the Board of Directors of the BWSL to execute and deliver the loan agreement and other associated documents. And two, approves and authorizes the government of Belize to enter into and provide a guarantee agreement in favor of the bank in respect of the obligations of BWSL under the loan agreement on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all documents associated with. Madam Speaker, just to give a little bit more of explanation, the motion we're seeking, this present motion We are simply asking members of the National Assembly to support the construction of a sewage system and wastewater treatment plant for Kikaka. The government is also seeking the approval of the National Assembly to support some institutional strengthening within Belize Water Services Limited, BWSL. All told, the project aims to improve coastal water quality, strengthen resilience of marine ecosystems, and support the sustainable tourism and livelihoods while enhancing BWSL's capacity to integrate climate and nature risk into decision-making and facilitate access to green finance. Total cost and financing is $13 million, $10 million of which we will provide a sovereign guarantee. The GEF grant administered by IDB will provide up to $2.25 million. Local counterpart financing will be $75 million, $75,000 US. In addition to the loan, the IDB may provide an IDB CLIMA pilot grant of up to $500,000 US. BWS will be the executing agency. This is an important project for one of our key islands that contribute more than its fair share to our national development, Madam Speaker. And I hope for the sake of the good people of Kikaka that we will get everyone's support in this honorable house. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize Leader Opposition Member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to make a brief intervention on the motion presented by the Honorable Prime Minister for the waste management infrastructure and systems for Kikaka. Madam Speaker, we all recognize the value of our tourism product on the national purse, and we all wish to preserve the integrity of our ecosystems which support our tourism product in Belize. The concern I have, Madam Speaker, is the sovereign guarantee being proposed by this motion. Because with this guarantee comes a contingent liability on the public purse. We don't know, at least we haven't been, the information has not been shared, Madam Speaker, as to what is the current financial position of BWSL, one. Two, Madam Speaker, what's the existing debt obligations of BWSL, Madam Speaker, and how this new loan facility will affect the long-term financial sustainability and the rates that are passed on to the consuming public. We certainly, as I said initially, support the idea and the plan for creating better wastewater management system for Kikaka. We think it's important for the island and for tourism. But more information would be helpful, Madam Speaker, particularly since ultimately, if BWSL is unable to meet its loan obligations, that will fall on the public purse. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this project is transformational for Kikaka, Madam Speaker, and it has far-reaching effects. As a matter of fact, as the Honorable Prime Minister has said, this project really is intended to create a wastewater collection and treatment system for Kikaka, and it includes the construction and commissioning of a sewerage system and wastewater treatment plant. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, this is the kind of investment in the people of Belize and the kind of investment we want to see across the country, not only in Kikaka, Madam Speaker. And I can guarantee the Leader of the Opposition that if the IDB felt that BWS could not repay this bill, they would not be offering this funding, Madam Speaker. I mean, that is elementary and that is basic mathematics, Madam Speaker. But beyond that, Madam Speaker, this also helps to create institutional capacity building for BWS so that BWS has the ability to forecast in terms of climate change and the environment and the impact it is having on the different projects that they're undertaking. This is a good project for Kikaka, it is a good project for Belize, and it's a good project for the Belizean people, and I support this motion, Madam Speaker.
The member for Belize Rural South.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to everybody here in the House and across the nation. Madam Speaker, I rise, of course, in support of this bill. Importantly, of course, as the area representative for Kikaka, beyond myself that I'm supporting this, there are many points that we have to raise to justify, although the Leader of the Opposition has raised her concern about the sovereign guarantee. But, Madam Speaker, there's another factor here that we're talking about, and that's the reef. Under the Ministry of the Blue Economy, we must be very much aware of what is happening there. Now, while you may say about the amount of figure that is very high, you might justify and saying, well, it's a small community of maybe about 5,000 residents. Please, hello, I want you all and everybody to understand, Madam Speaker, the importance of this project of such magnitude. It's not only for our people in Kikaka, but as far as the tourism industry is concerned, environmentally, it is very, very, very important. Long overdue. So, Madam Speaker, the contribution of this small community, let's not forget that the contribution that this small community contributes to this country is far more justified. And I want to talk about in support of what also Honorable Member from Cayo North, yes, sir. In support of what BWSL is doing in expanding. Let's not forget that they are expanding, and the management that's been done right now sets them in place that the next 5-10 years at BWSL is very much well managed. In particular as well, what is being done in North Amberg is key with the development of the sewer system there as well and the water system. So these are all long-term, very much justified. And I want to congratulate and I want to thank the Prime Minister and everyone else here on this great, this magnitude that is visionary. And I'm proud and happy to say that we're from Belize Rural South, that we deserve it, and by all accounts, this entire nation, entire benefits as far as concerned. So I support it very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is a Belizean saying now that you want to have your cake and eat it. She wants support, but I'm not sure if I want to support the guy who BWSL could pay back. But Madam Speaker, when the Leader of the Opposition was talking, nobody interrupted her. Nobody interrupted you.
To remember 42B, there is a standing order if you wish to elucidate, which does allow, however, for the member on his feet to determine if he will allow that. Continue.
We try to be respectful to the Leader of the Opposition, but sometimes she knows how to command respect for herself with this kind of behavior. The point I'm making, Madam Speaker, is that You can't have your cake and eat it. You can't support and not support. You either support or you don't support. And to point out why she's here just trying to grandstand, BWSL has audited financial statements that are made public every year. If she was so concerned about that, you could have made her come 5 minutes and go up on the website or get a copy of the financial that have been made to the public and see whether BWSL can pay or not pay. That's the first point I need to make. But this is beyond money. This is about people. This is about providing a service to the people of Kikaka that deserve this service. There are certain things you can't put money, a value, a cost. Because if we continue using, and we're coming to San Pedro after this, if we continue to get rid of the wastewater and our, or whatever we take out to, I'm in the National Assembly, I want to be, if we were to our human waste, thank you. If we were to continue to do that the way it is, we're starting to see signs that there is contamination to the Great Barrier Reef of Belize. And if we don't do anything about it now, 10, 15, 20 years later, we're going to have a dead barrier reef, Madam Speaker. So for us to come and say we are going to guarantee $10 million for us to be able, one, to provide service to the good people of Kikaka that deserve it, and two, to be able to protect a World Heritage Site for the future of our children, we more than deserve to be able to do that, to give a guarantee. And let me remind the leader of opposition, who was the one that almost brought BWSL to its knees, to bankruptcy? The same Alberto Agas, the same one who continued to write trash all the time. They are the same one, but see, this is what gets you upset from time to time. You try to be kind, but I would have expected the leader of the opposition to say, you know what, this is a good project. We need to help our people in Kikaka. We need to protect the tourism industry. We need to protect our environment. We need to protect our barrier reef, as opposed to come and say, well, I'm not sure if they could pay or not could pay. Of course they can pay. But more importantly, we have a moral responsibility to our people and to this country, Madam Speaker. And presently, and I will alert you, one time, leader of the opposition, we have been working for a number of years in China to put our same water treatment and sewage system in San Pedro Town on Hamburger Street. And it's a massive project. We are working in trying to get at least a $50 million US grant. Is it from the GCF? The GCF, the Global Environmental Fund. And we're almost there. But it will require probably another $50+ million US to be able to implement that project in San Pedro and Burgess Key. And you know what, Madam Speaker? It is worth every single dollar that we can do to also help the people of San Pedro. So, Madam Speaker, as I bring this debate to an end, I really would ask that both sides would support. Yes, it's a contingent liability. The government is not directly responsible to pay. The IDB, when they made their analysis, have seen that BWSL has the ability to pay for the loan. That is why they have made that. But every loan that BWSL, and you know that, Minister, Honorable Member from Albert, that the government always gives these government guarantees for loans from the multilaterals for BWSL and on our utilities. So it's nothing new. That has always been the case. So once again, Madam Speaker, I ask the support of both sides of the House. Thank you.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. Before I call on the Prime Minister, I was literally just notified that I believe some miscommunication occurred, and I think it's important to clear it up. It was stated that the members who I gather were protesting outside. Their protest officially ended, and they wanted to participate in the National Assembly proceedings by way of visiting, as is entitled by any Belizean. It was communicated to them that the Speaker indicated to the police that they are not allowed to sit in one of the public galleries. That's absolutely false, and I want to clarify it. I understand the climate that we're in, but as long as I'm in this chair, and whether I'm in this chair or not, this chair does not take such sides on anything. The protest officially ended at 1, and after that they wanted to enter. All that visitors have to do is comply with the visitor rules. That's it. So I just want to clarify, in the event that any member is approached with that communication, as that certainly I did not give such an instruction, and obviously we'll have to do more outreach, not just with the police, but with visitor education on the whole. Thank you for your indulgence on that. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is the official Charities Fund Motion 2026. I move be it resolved that this House approve the expenditure of $2,592,089 from the official Charities Fund as detailed in Appendix A of the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending 31st March 2026.
The Honorable Prime Minister. Close the debate. Referred to the Committee of Supply for examination, consideration, and report.
For second reading.
Recognize the Honorable Minister of Constitution and Religious Affairs, Indigenous Affairs, and Transportation.
Afternoon, Madam Speaker. Afternoon to everyone. Madam Speaker, I seek your indulgence to have the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026 and Motor Vehicles Insurance Third-Party Risk Amendment Bill 2026 read together. So I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 230 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the powers of traffic wardens to include the enforcement of and carrying out of duties under the Motor Vehicle Insurance Third-Party Risks Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. I also move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Insurance Third-Party Risk Act, Chapter 231 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower traffic wardens to require the production of insurance certificates, to increase the penalties of using a motor vehicle without insurance, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, I don't know if I could make some remarks with regards to give you a little bit more on that, no? Thank you, thank you. So as presently drafted, neither the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act nor the Motor Vehicle Insurance Third-Party Act grants traffic wardens, whether it is from the Department of Transport or municipal authorities, the authority to arrest or insure or issue violation tickets for offenses under the Motor Vehicle Insurance Act. Where officers on duty encounter any of the above infractions, these include using a motor vehicle not covered by third-party insurance, failure to fix and display insurance discs, failure to provide name and address, failure to provide the name and the address of the owner of the vehicle, failure to produce insurance certificate, failure to provide identity of driver, and they are not sworn. They are not sworn as special constables. Their only lawful course of action is to refer the matter to a police officer. Accordingly, the bill seeks to amend Section 3 of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act to broaden the authority of traffic wardens, both from the Department of Transport and municipal authorities, to include the enforcement of and the carrying out of duties under the Motor Vehicle Insurance Third-Party Risk Act. With respect to the latter, the penalty for insurance-related offenses has remained unchanged since 1999 and no longer provides an adequate deterrent to violations under the Motor Vehicle Insurance Act. For instance, the most common offense, using a motor vehicle without insurance, currently carries a penalty of a fine not exceeding $400 and an imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months or both. Certainly very low. Where any other offense is committed under the Act and no specific penalty is prescribed, Section 16 provides that the offender is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $200 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 months. Accordingly, this bill seeks to amend the Motor Vehicle Insurance Act to increase the penalty for the offense of using a motor vehicle not covered by third-party insurance from a fine not exceeding the $400 and the 6 months to a fine not exceeding $1,000 or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 8 months. Also, the bill seeks to amend the general penalty in Section 16, increasing it from $200 and 3 months to $600 or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pan?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, today I rise in full support of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026, and extension of the Motor Vehicles Insurance Third-Party Risk Amendment Bill 2026, which seeks to strengthen road safety and improve the enforcement of our traffic laws across Belize. It has always been the tradition that the Belize Police Department is tasked with these enforcement of laws across the country. And with a now yes, and with having this traffic officers, which to your credit, Minister, have been trained. They have been doing a lot of training. They have been doing a lot of training with the police department. I think we have done about 3 cohorts already of training for these officers who are poised and ready to take on the enforcement of our traffic laws across our country. For too long, our traffic officers have been tasked with the responsibility of managing road safety without having the full legal authority to effectively enforce the laws as they are mandated to uphold. And this amendment corrects that imbalance. The bill grants traffic officers the authority to issue tickets and to make arrests for violations under the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act. And it's not about expanding the powers of traffic officers, but it is about equipping our officers with the practical tools required to do their jobs effectively and responsibly. And in addition, it complements the work that the Belize Police Department is doing at this moment. By empowering the traffic officers with the authority to enforce the law directly, we create a more responsive and a more effective system. It reduces delay in enforcement, in strengthening and accountability on our roads. And then ultimately, we want to save lives. As it stands right now, if a police officer is not there, as it stands right now, any infraction that the traffic officers find, police officers needs to be there if they have not been sworn in as special constables. With this change now, they will be able to carry out the enforcement, the prosecution, and carry it all the way through without having to rely on the Belize Police Department to be there. This amendment also supports our police department by allowing specialized traffic officers to carry out duties that currently require the police to do. It ensures better allocation of resources and more effective law enforcement. Madam Speaker, I think that this amendment will complement the work that the police department does. It will also ensure that traffic laws of our country are adhered to, and that the traffic officers, both from the National Traffic Department and our municipalities, are equipped with the legislations to do their job properly and to enable the police to be a complement to the police department. For these reasons, I stand in support of the amendment and encourage all members in this honorable House to also support this amendment. Thank you so much.
Opposition, member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to place on record that the opposition supports you guys are funny today, but okay, that every motor vehicle operating on Belize's roads and highways must carry valid insurance. We must keep our roads and highways safe. We must hold our drivers accountable. And we must ensure that victims of traffic accidents are protected by the encourage that is provided, third party or otherwise. The bill also proposes, or the bills presented together, that the role and responsibilities of traffic officers will be expanded to ensure that the law can be more responsive and enforce. The training, as we indicated in the House Committee meeting, is critical for traffic officers. I personally have had some incidences on the road where I believe there has been abuse of authority, and of course that the traffic officers be properly equipped to carry out this function. It is important to note that as insurance premiums continue to rise, Madam Speaker, as the cost of living continues to increase, many Belizean families continue to struggle to meet basic expenses. When we raise the penalties without addressing the underlying affordability, we risk criminalizing hardship rather than finding the solution to it, Madam Speaker. And so I ask that as we seek to have a shift in our public policy, as we encourage compliance, we find ways to ensure that our citizens have access and can afford to have access to meaningful transportation for themselves and their families. The opposition believes that stronger compliance with motor vehicle insurance laws is absolutely necessary. Road safety and the protection of accident victims must remain a national priority. But good legislation must also be fair, balanced, and forward-looking. Our role in this House is not merely to make laws, but to make good laws that keep at the center of our decision-making the confidence of the Belizean people. We stand ready as members of this House to support measures that genuinely improve road safety and protect third parties. We do so when we do so, we ensure that we do not create new problems while attempting to solve existing ones. Madam Speaker, these two amendments have our support. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 230 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the powers of traffic wardens to include the enforcement of and carrying out of duties under the Motor Vehicle Insurance Third-Party Risks Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Insurance Third-Party Risks Act, Chapter 231 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower traffic wardens to require the production of insurance certificates, to increase the penalties for using a motor vehicle without insurance, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 230 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Bill for an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Insurance Third-Party Risk Act, Chapter 231 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask the media and those in the galleries to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026 and the Motor Vehicles Insurance Third-Party Risks Amendment Bill 2026 and passed them without amendments. I now move the third reading of these bills.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 230 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the powers of traffic wardens to include the enforcement of and carrying out of duties under the Motor Vehicle Insurance Third-Party Risks Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Insurance Third-Party Risks Act, Chapter 231 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to empower traffic wardens to require the production of insurance certificates, to increase the penalties for using a motor vehicle without insurance, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 230 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the bill for an act to amend the Motor Vehicle Insurance Third-Party Risk Act, Chapter 231 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
Now is the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Is the member for Mesopotamia.
Soon, Minister. Madam Speaker, today I rise to address a matter of national importance. The allegation of payoffs happening at our border points. I'm asking for, no, I'm not just asking the question, then I have to refer my notes. Today I rise to address a matter of national importance. The allegation of payoffs happening at our border points involving vehicles entering Belize and how it affects the rising cost of living across the board. Madam Speaker, I'd like to permission to refer to my notes, please. Our borders are the gateway to our country. They should represent integrity, professionalism, and the rule of law. But Madam Speaker, today I want to look at the issue from another angle. Because while we can talk about corruption and payoffs, we also need to ask why this situation exists in the first place. Do we really believe Belizeans wants to go through all this backdoor stuff to get things done? Madam Speaker, the truth is simple. The system itself is pushing people in that direction. The reason is clear: the excessive taxes and duties on vehicles entering Belize. Just some example of the numbers, Madam Speaker. 4-cylinder pickups, Belizeans must pay 10% import duty, 3% environmental tax, and 12.5% ET. That's 27.12%, Madam Speaker. For 6 and 8-cylinder pickups, it's 10% import duty, 15% excise tax, 5% environmental tax, 12.5% GST, for a total of 46.25% for pickup trucks, 6 and 8 cylinders. Now let's look at cars, SUVs, and minivans. 4-cylinder, 45% import duty, 3% environmental tax, 12.5% GST, a total of 66.5%, Madam Speaker. And for 6 and 8 cylinder SUV cars and minivans, it's 74.38%. Vans and buses, passenger ones, pay 35%. Work trucks, 41%. Tractor trucks, 35%. Madam Speaker, this means that if a Belizean buy a vehicle for $10,000, by the time they finish paying government, the taxes will end up to about $17,500. And that's not even the worst part, Madam Speaker. These taxes are calculated based on CIF, cost, insurance, and freight. So the total cost of that vehicle would be probably pushed up to around $18,500, Madam Speaker. So government is not only taxing the vehicle itself, they are also taxing the shipping and the insurance. Madam Speaker, that is why owning a vehicle in Belize is so high. You would think the government would encourage Belizeans to go green with electric or hybrid vehicles. Recent adjustments is still 27.12%. The PM is on the record that they want to bring down import duty and taxes on newer vehicles. To date, nothing has been done. Nothing. Now, I already know what will happen after this presentation. The government will come and try to discredit the presentation, and instead of addressing the problems, they will say, nobody been in a government for 13 years, but don't do nothing. Yeah, that's what Alex said. There's no truth to that. If we want, we could go back 28 years ago to 1998, you know, my buddy. They would say we recently passed legislation to reduce electric and hybrid vehicles. Or will they say, no got no more authority because we do the same thing, just like what they said just now. No understand? Yes, man, of course. Because that's the reason we use all the time. Or when I hurl some type of insults, like we did our comedy show. And I mean that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government has now been in power for more than 5 years, and it's already on their second term. What I say about that? Okay. Yet, every time something goes wrong, they want to blame 10 or 18 years ago government. You don't see me going back to 1998 PUP government, which is 28 years ago, Madam Speaker. At some point, the government must stop blaming the past and start taking responsibility for the present. The Belizean people voted for manifesto, PUP manifesto 1.0 and 2.0. But, Madam Speaker, it feels like minus 1.0 and minus 2.0. Leadership means taking responsibility. Leadership means confronting corruption. Leadership means implementing policies that ease the burden on the ordinary citizens. That's leadership. Madam Speaker, we saw the same thing that happened with fuel prices when the Prime Minister was in opposition. He had everything, he had the formula, but when they get in a government...
The honorable member from Mesopotamia that I like very much is talking on one issue, started talking about the duties on vehicles. Now look at it, they go now on another tangent and going on about fuel. So he needs to speak on one issue, not any issue that comes to his mind.
Madam Speaker, my topic was how it affects the rising cost of living across the board. Right? So may I continue, Madam Speaker?
Sean, let me speak, please. Thank you. Now all I ask is when the chair speaks, just to let me speak. I don't get to do it often, so the few times the chair gets to. Yes, on this matter of adjournment, the matter of public importance, and that I believe is standing order 13, it's a matter of public importance. Yes, of course, you stood on your matter, which I'm grateful that you announced what it was regarding the allegations, right, on the duty situation. You're now veering off into, I believe, fuel prices. All I ask, if you don't provide that link succinctly and concisely, then I will have to ask you to wrap up to make sure that it is about the duty allegations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will just skip the gas issue then, no problem. There's a lot more, everybody. There's a lot more. Now let me make some practical proposals. If we truly want to stop corruption at the border, then remove the incentives that create corruption. Reduce the duties on the imported vehicles, and especially for vehicles older than 5 years, there should be a deeper reduction. Because, Madam Speaker, these are the vehicles the working class and middle class can actually afford. Let's talk about motorcycles. Motorcycles are majority the poor man's transportation. I honestly cannot remember the last time I saw a 50cc motorcycle. When did I last time I see a 50cc motorcycle in Belize? Yet we still pay 16% duty on that. 16%. Yes, 50cc and above is 40%, Madam Speaker. 40%. I can't veer off on the issue, Minister. If I veer off on the issue, Madam Speaker, I will come, I correct me, I tell me for wrap up. No, you can't check basket, you set me up. You set me up for me, Madam Speaker, tell me 2 words and I will have to sit down. I have to follow the standing orders. These taxes remain structured like motorcycles or luxury vehicles. At my place of work, we have a lot of grown men who depends on the affordability of cycles to make an honest living for their families. For example, Madam Speaker, at $2,500, 100cc leaf fan at 40% is equal to $1,000 in import duty and taxes. We all remember when the government tried to charge $300 per head just for the privilege of riding a motorcycle. Sometimes I wonder who is advising the government on these policies that affect ordinary Belizeans. I really believe they're out of touch, really out of touch. Another good example of how government is out of touch is the recent hikes of 18% and 40% on empty lots without any consultation. Okay, I stop, okay? No problem. Just take it how we give it to you, right? Just take it. We pass it, so just take it. Take it, right? Take it. Madam Speaker, still the man try to set me up, but no problem. I will move out for that. Let us talk about buses, right? Buses, that's still part of the topic, right? Government complains that many buses in Belize are older and outdated. But how can operators upgrade their fleets when buses face 35% tax and duty, and that is before CIF? We can remind you what a CIF again. Cost, insurance, freight. Belize is now a tourism-driven country, so we must put our best foot forward. My proposal is simple. Van and buses used for public transportation should have zero to minimal import duty and taxes. This will allow operators to upgrade their fleet and improve safety and service. The same thing should apply to heavy-duty trucks and tractor trucks. These vehicles build the country, feed the country, and move goods across the country. If government truly wants to reduce inflation, the cost of living, and goods, then reduce the cost of doing business. Madam Speaker, the government will come back and say, well, then bus company or their farmers, they could come back and apply for the concessions. But we know what happens when you apply for a concession. Once approval is depending on a politician or a minister, then the level of playing field is not level anymore. Too often, concession goes to friends and insiders, while ordinary Belizeans get left behind. This is what breeds corruption. Belizeans deserve a fair system where the rules apply equally to everyone. Not a system where people must go beg politicians for concession approvals. Madam Speaker, if this government truly wants to be a government for the people, then let's start. Remember, I tell you, no, I don't only criticize. I give suggestions also. Constructive proposals. Bring down the price of gas. Reduce vehicle and import duties. Lowering the cost of doing business. Lowering import duties and taxes on imported goods. Helping to bring down inflation and the cost of living. Because right now, most Belizean people, I do. You use the app and you'll get discount, right? I think this is what, it equals to like 5%. And then you could get what, $50 cups and all of that. You don't get your Chongsan cup yet? Because right now, Belizeans feel like the government, they tax the hell out away. And I mean that. The taxes are crazy. Everything they go up. And when the burden becomes too heavy, the system itself begins to crack. Madam Speaker, the solution is simple. Make the system fair, make it affordable, and make it work for the Belizean people. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You want to be Madam Speaker?
Just let me ask the mic. Honorable, I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
You want to give a class in economics, they can't put on the mic and take it off, no? Madam Speaker, I genuinely like the honorable member from Mesopotamia, but certainly make it difficult not to make fun of what is, but Madam Speaker, I think that the honorable member from Mesopotamia, I know that you have to call me and try to say like you try to do something, you know, and come up with these taxes that you're talking about. We found these taxes, you know, we have not been raising taxes. And the taxes on vehicles, we have not raised taxes on vehicles. And that system that you're talking about has been in existence way before our time. It was during your time, during your government's time, that it was flourishing. Now, we were aware of it a year ago. And when we tried to stop it, then your number one media station was starting to make a big deal that they are going to strike at the border and they not allow vehicles to come in because they don't buy vehicles and so forth. I will give a whole year to make the adjustments. Now that we have made the adjustments and we're removing all of what they call residual value and giving the customs officers the ability to be able to give these steep discounts, to be able to save money. And we know the expose that Channel 7 did. And as I mentioned, it was a shameful act. And we knew that something had to be done. So now that we have pretty much stopped that, it still happens. No matter what you do, people are ingenious and they're going to find ways how to cut corners. That's human nature. And I'm not casting aspersions at anyone. But that kind of act or behavior or what the ring that was going on has been cut virtually to almost zero. But now what is happening? Now that they have to apply the full amount of the duties that you have been reading, in which many instances you are right, the cost of a vehicle has gone up tremendously because now they have to pay what is in the book. Mind you, we did not put those rates. We did not put those rates. Those rates were there. What we have been doing since then, Madam Member from Mesopotamia, I've been working along with the Ministry of Finance and the customs and also with the importers of vehicles, trying to find that equilibrium and making the point whereby when you work out what is supposed to be collecting, to what they collect, what government collects, and what is being paid in other ways. We came up to a certain percentage whereby we're working now to be able to amend the Customs Act or the taxes that we're going to be charging on vehicles. Because by reducing the amount of taxes that we've been charging, I believe that as a government we'll be able to collect even more money. Because now you're taking away the middleman. We'll be removing all the residual charges or deductions that the officers will be able to make. We'll be removing the ability of them giving any kind of deductions. If you bring $100, you have to pay $100 of the tax, so that we can remove that. But before we do that, we want to bring down the tax. We already have some rates. I brought the paper to cabinet actually last week. And then I asked the cabinet, my colleagues, to give me a little bit more time. Because what I have done now, I have asked the Comptroller of Customs to take last year and to look at the number of vehicles that they brought, and then to make an analysis. How much did we collect? And how much we should have collected if we had have implemented the taxes as it works. And then look at the number, the deductions or the reductions in the taxes that are being proposed to ensure that we don't end up being in a worse situation than we are presently. Presently, it seems that on average we're really collecting between 16 and 18%. And it has to be more. And so we're working on that to be able to reduce it to a rate that Belizeans are already paying. Only that the government does not get all of the money, because other parts of the money goes elsewhere. We no need to say where. So we're working on that. And this issue of the taxing, the shipping and insurance, my brother, that has been there for decades. It's a part of how the cost of the importation of the product comes in. So you need to put the cost for your buy and how much it costs to ship it here and insurance. It is done all over the world. And I like how you come that you criticize, but you give me suggestions on how to reduce. And I was really waiting. I said, wow, Einstein must have come up with something really good right now. But to just cut all the taxes on everything, I would love to do that. I would love not to charge no tax. But then how is it that we're going to pay for education? How are we going to pay for health? How are we going to pay for the national health insurance? How are we going to continue to help poor people? How are we going to continue to do the infrastructure development that is a necessity in this country? How are we going to develop this country if we can't collect taxes? So to come here and say, just reduce the taxes by everything, we know that. But we also have a responsibility to manage the finances of this country as best as we possibly can, to be able to provide the best services we can to our people, and provide and plan for a better and brighter future, as I just said earlier in my presentation. So, Madam Speaker, while she makes some good points, I agree, I think everybody agree with you, that the taxes on vehicles are too high. And because it's too high, people find a way to go around it. So we've been studying it. We've been for a year, we've been working on it. And so now that we have tightened on that, I know people are really the bad because they feel the full pressure. We know we have to bring down the price. We've come down, and we probably come down substantially. But we need to make also a point to you, to honorable member from Mesopotamia. Are you aware that in Central America, you're not allowed to bring in salvage vehicles? And in most of the Caribbean, because these vehicles have been damaged in a crash and everything, and then when they come, they end up to create even bigger problems for people, for innocent buyers. And so that's something that we have to take a look at. We also have to take a look at, for us not to be the dumping ground, that you are bringing old vehicles where pollute, where use a lot of gas and a lot of oil, and they broke down every minute, so that whilst you may bring on $5,000 vehicle, it can cost you way more to be able to maintain it. So what again, the goal is to be able to eventually phase it in, it's not overnight, that eventually just start to allow vehicles no more than 10 years old to be imported into Belize. And by that way, then, these vehicles are more environmentally friendly, they're more fuel efficient, they use less oil, they use less parts, it will be more safe to be able to come on the roads, especially as we fix the roads and rebuilding these roads, making them wider. People want to drive even at higher speeds, which is some of the things that the amendments we just do for the Ministry of Transportation to be able to start to control some of these things. So it is a number of things that we have to take a look as a responsible government. So I appreciate you coming and making your observation and to a certain extent criticism. And it's taken in good stride, but it's something that we met and that we're fixing. On the 18% that you talk about the property tax raise in Belize City, it's important to point out that the last time they revised the tax rolls was, I think, in 2013. 2013 was the last time. And then they were going to do it in 2018, but because of the election, they did not do it. The UDP back then. And then the PUP won in 2018. They would have done it, they were going to do it after that, but then it was after the pandemic. So they decided that it was not the best time to do it. There's never a good time to raise taxes, but there comes a time that you have to do it. And so all they're doing is to raise an average of 18% to be able to provide for more services for the city. The city is growing. The city, sorry? We have 40% for abandoned lots. Yes. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, so that people put the lots to work, make them build on it, put something on it. I know you have a lot of empty lots, yeah. So that's why you worry about it, right? But you okay, you don't mind paying it, because you're a good citizen. But they have a lot of people that have empty lots and they go to estates and they just left it abandoned and they don't use it. And so by increasing the taxes on those empty lots, hopefully we can remove the speculation and allow them to be able to build, because that's what we want. But the city council, I'm sure that you all will recognize the truth is the city council has been growing and there's a lot of needs. The streets, it's always a challenge, especially where Belize City is right at sea level. So now that whenever it's rained because of climate change, it floods. As much as we don't want it to flood, they pump out water as much as we can. It's a project that started in your government, Honorable Member from Albert. The canals, remember, that was put there, and they pump out as much water. And the water would flow out rapidly. But it is a challenge that we face because of climate change. So there is the challenges that the City Council is facing, and an increase in 18% since 2013, I'm sure that the citizens understand. So once again, I want to thank the Honourable Member of Mesopotamia, and just to put on record, no, we are not taxing the hell out of the Belizean people. Those are taxes that your government in the past 13 years imposed on the Belizean people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Guys, the Leader of Opposition, Member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask, before I address the matter of national concern, if you would indulge me, Madam Speaker, by allowing me to thank the Honorable Prime Minister and members of this House for your kind consideration in having the budget presentation today versus Friday. I now have 2 daughters and 1 son-in-law, so my family is growing in love. I also ask, Madam Speaker, for a moment of silence for Miss Sally McCorkle of San Pedro. She was, Madam Speaker, a trailblazer. She was a tourism pioneer well before her time. She was the first Belizean to have hotel accommodations in San Pedro. And through her friendships and her relationships, she also saw to it that we had the first airline flying from the international airport and Belize City to San Pedro. She was a mentor for many. I am no exception. She helped to mold many of us in making our contributions to nation building via tourism. And I'm sure my colleagues on the other side of the house, the member for Belize Rural South, the member for Pickstock, who represents the Ministry of Tourism, join me in expressing our sincere condolences to her family and to the island community of San Pedro. It is a huge loss to our nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask permission to refer to my notes. It's been a long week. Madam Speaker, I rise this afternoon to speak on a matter of national concern. A matter that goes, Madam Speaker, to the heart of fairness, justice, and respect for the Belizean worker. The protection of workers' rights to fair compensation for services they have rendered to Belize. Outside this very house, Madam Speaker, former employees of BTL gathered this morning in peaceful protest. They are not agitators. They are Belizeans who have given years, some of them, Madam Speaker, decades of service to the National Telecommunications Company that helped to build a modern communications network of this country. Today, they did not advocate for charity. Rather, they are advocating for justice. They stand because they're owed their full severance payments, together with the 6% interest that was recognized as part of their entitlement. Many of these workers, Madam Speaker, have waited for years for what is rightfully theirs. The principle at stake is simple. When Belizeans work and earn a benefit under the law, the benefit must be honored. The ruling, Madam Speaker, of the CCJ made it clear that obligations tied to the settlement surrounding the nationalization of BTL must be respected. Those obligations include the rights and entitlements of workers who were displaced in the process. Madam Speaker, I think of a member of my constituency who spent her entire professional working life at BTL. She's now housebound, crippled by arthritis. Her husband, who became her sole provider after she had to go on sick leave, early retirement leave, has passed away. Her voice is not heard because she is unable to walk the pavement and protest against a company, a Belizean-owned company, who refuses to honor the law. A government that stands for workers cannot remain silent while former employees are forced to protest outside the very institution that they help to build. Many of them, Madam Speaker, continue to suffer in silence, but still they need their voices to be heard. These men and women have to support their families. They have mortgages to pay. They have lives that were disrupted when they were separated from employment. Severance is not a gift. It is earned compensation for years of service. Madam Speaker, to be unequivocally clear, the opposition stands with our Belizean workers. We call on the government and on BTL to ensure that all outstanding severance payments, together with the applicable 6% interest, be honored without further delay. In speaking with the protesters early today, they have made some progress. BTL has agreed to make severance pay available to all workers, even those who are not part of the association. BTL has said we will pay the 6% interest, but only from the start of the CCJ's ruling. Justice delayed for workers is justice denied. When justice is denied for one, justice is denied for all. If we are serious about building a fair and a just Belize, we must demonstrate, not physically, but through our action, that the rights of our workers do matter, that their service to our country matters, and that the rule of law in this country matters. To the workers who gathered outside this house, the Belize Communication Workers for Justice, your voices are not unheard. Your struggle is legitimate, and the opposition will continue to stand with you until justice is done. Solidarity for one group of workers is solidarity for all Belizean workers. Madam Speaker, the workers in this country deserve nothing less. And before my colleague from Cayo North rebuts and say this is a matter for BTL and the workers, before you rebut and say that this is a private matter, let us remember that 88% of BTL is owned by Belizeans, and SSB funds, the contributions of hard-working Belizeans, are invested in an institution that we should all expect will not drag our workers across the coals, but will ensure with the government's support and intervention, that these workers are treated fairly, that these workers receive justice, and that we all, as a Belizean community, respect those who help to build Belize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is the Minister for Logistics.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, the leader of the opposition is not a mind reader, so she does not know how I will respond. But this is my response, Madam Speaker. We are all agreed that they must be paid their severance. We hear them, Madam Speaker, and we support their right to be paid their severance. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, this is the party and the government of workers of this country. This is the government that just passed the OSH Act to protect the workers of this country. So, where were they for the past 13 years? How long was that bill in draft and they never brought it to the House to be passed to support the workers of this country, Madam Speaker? And let us recall who advised...
Point of order. This has nothing to do with the BTL thing with the OSH bill, Madam Speaker. So,
Madam
if you do for one, you
with
might
all
do
due
for the other
respect,
one.
they cannot constrain my response. They have asked a question.
Well, how they constrain my
they
one?
have raised a matter and I'm going to
Well,
respond, Madam
they
Speaker.
constrain my one and they can't constrain
I am
your
going to
one?
respond. You can't tell me how I'm going to
Well, I'm
respond.
putting a point of
You
order.
cannot tell me how I'm...
Members, you have to allow the chair. Member, I ask you to please take a seat. I only ask that, yes, you have point of orders, you stand, but then you have to allow the chairman. You can't take over my role too. The limited role I have, allow me to at least exercise it. Yes, please note that the matter of, and it's also important because we have, yes, we have a few members of the public in the gallery, but we have many more, right, listening. And it's important for them to always be educated on the procedures of Parliament, right? And I try to do my best in terms of my rulings. The matter of national concern raised by the member for Albert was the matter on workers' rights. And she specifically went into the matter of severance due for services rendered, I believe. At least that's what I noted. Member for Cayo North, Minister, I asked that we try, just as you got in the reference to your land and tax, he got in the reference to the OSH. I asked that you continue with your contribution specific to the matter of national concern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I was saying, Madam Speaker, if they recall who had instructed and who had advised BTL that these workers should not have been paid, perhaps they would have thought twice to raise this issue. Because if memory serves right, it was no other than Lois Young who had advised on that issue, Madam Speaker. But for the record, let me state some of the facts involving this case. Madam Speaker, and if I may refer to my notes with your permission, the CCJ delivered its judgment in the Irvin Marine and others against Belize Telemedia Limited on November 5th, 2025. The court ordered BTL to pay severance payments to the appellant in the Irvin Marine case, plus interest and costs. To date, all severance payments, interest, and legal costs, which BTL was ordered by the CCJ to pay under that case, were paid in full by BTL in November 2025. BTL has also processed severance pay for all former BTL employees who qualify for severance pay under Section 183 of the Labor Act and whose employment at BTL ceased within the last 6 years. BTL's board was advised on the 6-year limitation period, but notwithstanding that advice, the board of directors of BTL decided that it was in the best interest of BTL for BTL to pay severance payments to all of BTL's former employees who met the requirement under Section 183 of the Labor Act for severance, but who are now statute barred, Madam Speaker. BTL Board of Directors felt that by doing so, it shows that BTL values the contributions of BTL's former employees. It reinforces BTL's commitment to good employer-employee relations. It makes it more likely that BTL's former employees who qualify for severance payments but who are now statute barred will continue patronizing BTL. And Madam Speaker, it brings finality to the matter of severance payments by BTL and allows BTL to place even more focus on BTL's business and BTL's commercial strategies that are aimed towards promoting the success of BTL for the benefit of all shareholders. Madam Speaker, BTL, notwithstanding that the court has not ordered BTL to pay interest on such sums to these former employees, BTL's decision to voluntarily pay interest without an order of the court from November 5th, 2025 is also based on the consideration that pre-judgment interest is awarded at the discretion of the court, and BTL is, by paying interest from November 5th, 2025 to date of payment, awarding interest which may not necessarily be awarded by the court if such former employees were to file a claim at the High Court and succeed. Madam Speaker, BTL is currently reviewing, for the purpose of processing severance payments, the employee records of BTL's former employees who meet the requirements under Section 183 of the Labor Act for severance payments, but who are now statute barred by the 6-year limitation period. The Belize Communication Workers for Justice, a group of former BTL employees, have organized themselves for the purpose of requesting severance payments for their members. I am not sure if this is even a registered union, but nevertheless, Madam Speaker, BTL and the BCWJ entered negotiations with BTL regarding severance payments to BTL's former employees who meet the requirement under Section 183 of the Labor Act for severance payments, but who are now statute barred by the 6-year limitation period at Section 4 of the Limitation Act. Negotiations took place on February 17, 2026 and February 23, 2026. Negotiations broke down due to the failure by the BCWJ and BTL to agree on the interest rate, and because BCWJ included a proposal for BTL to pay BCWJ's legal cost. And it is on the record that that legal cost was submitted for over $183,000 by one attorney at law, Dennison, Crown Counsel Dennison. Legal costs were not on the negotiations agenda. Furthermore, negotiations broke down, notwithstanding the fact that BTL improved BTL's offer during the negotiations, while the BCWJ maintained its negotiated position. Madam Speaker, it is the position of BTL that they will pay all of the former employees at the 6% per annum interest from November 5th, 2025 to the date of payment. BCWJ members are to be paid severance payment by BTL in the same manner in which BTL will be making payments and have made payments to all other former employees of BTL who meet the requirements under Section 183 of the Labor Act, and notwithstanding that they are barred. So in other words, Madam Speaker, these claimants plus the ones who have been paid will all be treated on the same footing. They will be treated equally. That is the position of BTL, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, before I put the question for the House to adjourn, it would be remiss, being that we are in the month of March, and we also, I believe it was yesterday, was the national holiday for our heroes and benefactors. I'd like to recognize, of course, we have 3 women parliamentarians in this lower house, and I would like to take a moment to recognize that. I do ask you to stand because though if you're here, and among us is the first female leader of opposition. And I also would like, if you allow me the indulgence, please, to recognize names that have long gone, but I do believe share in the nation building of this great country. Names like Elfrida Reyes, names like Ms. Cosasola, names like Ms. Jane Usher, names like Gwendolyn Zaraga, and there are so many other unsung heroes who may not necessarily have the title on the day, but I know that we all share in the fact that they do have contributed to this country's development. Among them, I do consider Ms. Sally McCorkle. My background is in tourism. Some of you know that we've worked together in tourism, and she really was a pioneer for tourism development. And I ask once again, just for that brief moment of silence, to recognize the passing. I believe it occurred, was it yesterday or the day before, of Ms. McCorkle, but those of us who were engaged with tourism recognize her. Mr. Paz. Ms. Vincent Paz, thank you. Parks. Senator, exactly, we do have a member from the upper house. I'm not so sure when her passing occurred, but I recognize that it did occur by way of an announcement of the official passing of Senator Vincent Parks. So with that, I ask just for a brief moment of silence, but if we may stand in recognition of the month of these valiant women. Indeed, former Speaker Sylvia Flores was among one of those nation builders. Thank you, members, for that in this historic month of March, the month that is recognized internationally for women. Honorable members, the question is at the House.
The adjournment, Madam Speaker, we also need to recognize you as a speaker who, despite the fact that you've been going through some challenging times, you managed to continue with your work. I think we may stay home and bow, but you were here working. So we need to recognize you. And also to the first clerk of the National Assembly, a woman, Ms. Petch, again appointed by us. So Madam Speaker, I move the adjournment.
Prime Minister, Madam Clerk, forgive me for that oversight. Very historic. All those in favor, honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.